Do you know where you are going? Do you know where you are...
Please find some sort of memorabilia from Amenlu. Anything to lighten the heaviness in my heart.
Have you found something with which to make the headpiece? You do not seem to have any reagents at all. But you are a true friend to have looked.
Sweet lad,
Do not lose hope in your search for the pieces of Erin's staff. Alas, I do not. I am sorry that I can...
I am not pleased to be in this den of spies again. My exploits have brought me to many strongholds of men, but this one I had hoped never to revisit. The people here have no honor. As you say, but be warned. Anyone you meet could be waiting to stab you when you turn your back. Treachery lies around every corner.
Welcome, friend. The Guild of Death keeps watch over all who pass into our realm. If you have recently died and do not want to retrieve your file,
My stock needs water to survive. I hope it comes soon. Certainly the Morden are not so cruel that they would allow innocent animals to die of thirst. In any case, my stock is still doing well. For now. Would you like to see what I have?
Morden rule does wonders for this vile town. Get on with your business. You look at me again like that and I'll run you through. Don't talk to me. I'm busy. Get on with your business. You look at me. Get on with you. You look at me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk. You look at... Get on with your... Don't talk.
It is said that Zaramoth's horns is carved from a living mountain, and that the weapons within it could destroy a kingdom from a great distance. I do not doubt that. Anything is possible so long as Valdus and his Archmage reside there. Why did we give up so easily? There wasn't even a fight. Those Morden just walked in and took over. I need a drink of water. I never thought I'd say that. Strange, but despite all the Morden here, neither Valdus nor his Archmage have set foot on our soil. Perhaps they see us from above. It is known they reside in Zaramoth's Horns, the tallest mountain in Orana. Can't talk now. Morden. I need a drink. Oh, it is said that
Greetings, friend. I'm afraid lessons in the advanced magics are not possible at the moment, not so long as the Calrathian Nexus remains sealed against our use. The Calrathian Nexus is one of the largest of its kind in Orana. 3 ley lines converge there, resulting in an upwelling of power. The mages of Calrathia have been practicing our art there for generations. A dark wizard came and placed a seal over the Nexus, blocking it from our use. The mages have been trying to remove it and have figured out most of the steps required. We have determined that the seal is linked to the 3 ley lines that form our Nexus. If the power of those is captured, I think the seal can be broken. That's what I was hoping to hear. Take this soul staff and imbue it with the essence of the 3 ley lines. The best place to do this is at a node of power along the line. I can tell you where 2 of them are, but you will need to locate the 3rd yourself. To imbue the staff, stand upon the symbol beside each power vent and speak the words Arcesso Arcanum. You should immediately see the magical energy form around the staff. Once the soul staff contains all 3 types of energy, use it against the seal to destroy it. You can find the Node of Frost in the northern reaches within the subterranean living quarters of Snowbrook Haven. If you enter from the rear, you will locate it off the first grand hallway before you cross over the balcony. The node is in a very distinctive cavern that contains 4 arching bridges to the vent platform and beautiful foliage that does not normally thrive in such an environment. You can find the Node of Earth in the Temple of Ziria. Look in the area behind the altar. There is a statue unlike the others, and if you twist it, a hidden stairway will be revealed. That node is also within a very distinctive cavern that contains 4 arching bridges to the vent platform and beautiful foliage. No, enough have searched for the node of the Phoenix that I am convinced it must be somewhere well hidden. It must have been well known once. Every upwelling of power lies within access of a magic community who can make use of it. I would search the ancient places of the world. There are many from ages past that have been long forgotten.
You look at me again like... This town is ours. Modern rule does wonders for this vile town. Be gone, maggot. Modern rule does wonders.
Please be assured that neither the lack of water in our town, nor the Morden occupying our streets have affected the quality of our merchandise in any way. Would you care to look at my wares? Or perhaps you could help me with another matter. My good-for-nothing apprentice is missing. We've been experimenting with the effects of light on... Well, I cannot expect you to understand such matters. Derek left 3 days ago and was expected to return by nightfall of the same day. I'm afraid something untoward has happened. Worse, he has my research journal containing very important information that I simply cannot lose. And the lost journal? You have my thanks. Derek was supposed to investigate some ruins near the Morden city of Darthrule. Take this mirror. It may assist you. I was using it in the experiments we were conducting. Yes. Go out the east gate and follow the road through the desert until you reach the Morden city of Darthrule. There is a bridge over the dry canal before the city. Do not go over that bridge. Instead, look to the west for a path down into the canal. Follow the canal away from the city and you will come across the ruins. Hello, have you located my missing journal yet? Or did you come to shop?
Welcome, traveler. Even in these difficult times, Enchantress Valeria is available to increase the power of your equipment. How may I help you? Danadel? Ah, I remember him. We spoke at length about the powers of the Leontier stones used by the Assassin's Guild. I have studied them extensively. Why did Danadel send you to me? Have you seen such a stone? That is ill fortune indeed. The only way to escape the effects of the Leontier stone is to kill the assassin who created it. That will not be an easy task. The Spider Watchers practice a dark magic that renders them invisible to common folk. However, I have mastered an enchantment that can give you the ability to see through their mirage. You will need to bring me a special ring that can survive the enchantment process. The ring I need is made of dwarven mithril. The dwarves who made them are long gone, but it is possible that you can still find rings in the mines of Cataract where they were forged. If you can get into the mines, seek the forgotten places. Within you will find ancient chests of lost treasures. When you acquire a ring, return to me. But before you go, do you have any other equipment that needs enchantment? Have you had any luck finding the dwarven mithril ring? Or perhaps you need something enchanted? You may possibly find a ring in the place where they were crafted.
I'm not sure how much longer I can endure the hardships of living in Carathia. Still, the reagent business remains profitable, so I suppose I will be sticking around for the time being, at least.
Bah, no water to quench my mettle, and Morden lurking behind every rock. Dark times these. What can I do for you, traveler?
Greetings, traveler. Pity you chose to visit us during times like these. Morden, wandering the streets openly, our water supply cut off. At least that has not affected the quality of my armor, the finest in Arana.
Morden rule does wonders for this vile town. You look at me again, this town is ours. Morden rule does get on with your business. This town is ours. Get on with your business.
Greetings, friend. I have studied far and wide and have heard tales of a wondrous collection of books that are now scattered about the land. I will reward you well if you would bring me these ancient volumes. Good. This collection can be identified by the inscription on the inner flap that lists it as one of the Lore of Arana volumes. There are 20 altogether. I hope you can find them. Oh my, you have certainly been successful in locating books from the Lore of Arana collection. There are only a few missing. I do hope you will be able to find the last of them before I die. Oh my, you have...
Troubling times these. All are affected, but more so the half-giants. It's times like these that we long for what we cannot have. Why, peace, of course. And, well, a purity of spirit that was lost when my people were cast out. Evidence of the possibility of our salvation. I really don't want to talk about this. That's just a bundle of harpy feathers. They're not so hard to hunt. They're stupid creatures. They'll fetch a fair price to any Fletcher. I'll let you have them if you bring me something interesting to study. I need something to take my mind off my troubles. Any luck in finding me something worthy of my study? I must admit, you've got me looking forward to it. That's just a bundle of harpy feathers. They're not so hard to... This town is ours. Don't talk to me.
However thirsty you might be, don't drink too quickly. Ale can quench that thirst, but take it slowly. We have everything but water. Bad for the flowers, good for business. Even the Morden have stopped in for a drink now and then. We have
Greetings, stranger. You look like someone with a bit of an adventurous streak. Am I right? Then you and I have something in common. I'm also an explorer of sorts, and I've traveled all over Arana in my youth. Now that I'm too old for the discomforts of the trail, I'm forced to remain closer to home. I found something quite interesting the other day. Would you like to hear about it? I was wandering through the desert ruins and came across an ancient vault. Inside, I found a series of statues. When turned, they caused beautiful lights to run through grooves in the floor. I experimented with them and discovered that the lights formed a pattern, and a hidden door opened. The secret room contained a chest, and beyond it, there was another room, similar to the first. Have you heard the tale of Seraneth the Eldersmith? He was a master craftsman who lived in the First Age. The historians think it likely that the vault I found was once his. The amulet I found within the chest bears his markings. Apparently, Seraneth was an accomplished jeweler, enchanter, and engineer who was notorious for creating spectacular artifacts and then locking them away behind ridiculously complex contraptions. Indeed. Leontia thinks this particular vault contains the final set before his death. The only jewels that are still missing. If that is true, then what a discovery. Now, my young explorer, I'll make you a deal. Recover the rest of the jewels from the vault to prove our theory, and I will give you the amulet I found. I trust that you will find it quite useful. Leave through the north gate and follow the aqueduct into the desert until you come to a tall stone tower. Leave the path and head east into the desert and down the hill. Look to your right, and you will see another stone tower of an older style. Go inside, and use the lift to enter the vault. Pass through the first room and go down the stairs to find the next series of statues and floor grooves. I hope you will soon have luck in solving Seraneth's second puzzle. That fellow was certainly a tricky one. Leave through the north gate and follow the aqueduct into the desert until you come...
We've seen many strangers pass through this town. Most of them are up to no good. Spies lurk in the shadows.
Spies? What do you know of spies?
Nothing. I mean, I am not a spy, but I have seen them.
Tell me about them.
I cannot tell you much. There's one spy, Osric. He's in the tavern more often than not, and when he drinks, he talks, so we know much about him.
Where is he from?
He says he traveled here from Windstone Fortress.
And did he tell you of his days there?
He spoke of monsters, of course, and he spoke of a madman. A half-giant who thought he saw visions. Something about ghosts.
This is the man I seek. Tell me where I can find him. Now!
I hear he's hiding out in a cavern. In the desert, east of town. If you want to get in, tell him you wish to join in the resistance. you had any luck finding that spy you were searching for? I hear he's hiding out in a cavern in the desert east of town. If you want to get in, tell him you wish to join in the resistance.
Leave me be, stranger. Who dares speak that name? I mean, never heard of him. I'm Kartos the Strong, most powerful fighter this side of the northern reaches.
Ha! You mean Kartos the Weak?
You dare challenge Kartos the Strong? I'll cut you with my sword faster than you can. That's better. What were we talking about? That would be the Mithril Horde. They sometimes come through rifts where the Mordengrau mages tame those nasty Dervlis. You? Is this me? You look worse for wear than my old pack mule Pedros. If the Morton mages didn't kill you first, the Dervlis would eat you alive. If you can defeat me, I will help you. Better you should learn now rather than dangling from the claw of one of those Dervils. Have at it! This has been somewhat sobering. Perhaps you would stand a chance against the Mordengrau after all. Very well. I'll keep my word. Meet me at the rift site. Go out Calrathia's north gate. Follow the trail through the desert. You will reach a tall stone tower. Walk past the front of it and head east, away from the path. The next bit of ruins, head north around them and continue down the hill. You will find the rift camp at the base. This has been somewhat sober. Go out Calrathia's north.
Oh, pox and a scourge these modern tyrants be. But I, in my younger years, I'd have at them myself. But I grew weak from lack of water. Traveller, is there someone here you wish to meet? Very sorry, but the Warriors Guild Pact states that one cannot purchase a fifth party slot until becoming a true veteran. Would you have any spare water with you, friend? I expect not. None do these days. But you must be here to meet someone, or perhaps increase the size of your party.
We may be at an inn, but this room is private. I have enough problems as it is after touching that dreadful stone. Leave me be. We may be at...
This town is ours.
I have heard many a tale in my day, and some were tall and some were true. It is my job to distinguish which is which. Would that I knew the answer to one in particular, and I would be able to enrich the world with its knowledge. Long ago, a giant named Zeramoth brought all of Arana under his control. So many kingdoms were destroyed in his quest for supremacy that he came to be known as the Unmaker. Many feared him as a god, but our ancestors escaped to the west and joined Azunai the Defender in resisting Zeramoth's rule. Others bowed to the Unmaker and tried to win his favor with gifts. The greatest of these gifts was a mighty fortress, which became known as Zeramoth's Horns. There's been nothing like it before or since. It was designed by the Dark Wizards and built by the greatest craftsmen in the world. When it was completed, Zeramoth waged his wars from it. Tales of this fortress spread far, and it was feared almost as much as the Unmaker himself. The weapons within it could destroy a kingdom halfway around the world. It housed fearsome beasts that feasted on Zeramoth's prisoners. I hope that the tales are baseless, for it is rumored that Valdis has discovered the location of the fortress and has made it his headquarters. I myself know nothing of its location, except that it is supposed to be somewhere in the eastern mountains. Valdis's Archmage is powerful enough to hide it from our minds, even with the assistance of a powerful artifact. There are many ruins in the desert, for what we call the Plain of Tears was once part of the glorious Empire of Stars. The cities of the Empire were vast and wealthy, many times the size of Calrathia. It is rumored that the Morden have built upon one of these foundations a city of their own, which they call Darthrul. I have not seen it, but Kynos claims to have traveled there. He says that it is well fortified, though its walls are shorter than ours. Oh, but that Kynos, it is hard to take him seriously. All of southern Arana is known as the Plain of Tears, and we are at its heart. Our land was once fertile, but the cataclysm blasted the very soil, so that now only the hardiest plants can grow. Gradually, life returned to this desert. Animals that can live on the tough desert foliage, we who live on those animals, and the Morden, who have been living on us. The Morden are newcomers to our lands. For generations we lived alone, but 10 years ago we were awakened by flashes of light and a sound of an army cheering its leaders. The next morning, a group of Mordenvir came to Calrathia to meet with the current Lord Calrathia's father. Our greed was stronger than our prudence. The Morden offered gold to any who joined their armies, and to our craftsmen and hunters for supplies. It had been too long since we had an ally to trade with, and our youths were eager to see more of Arana. We have paid dearly for our short-sightedness. No one knows how the Morden came to live in our deserts. Some say that Valdis created them to do his bidding, but only the Unmaker ever had the power to create another race. I suspect that Morden crossed the mountains from some eastern land and were tempted by their greed to join Valdis in his conquests. We have long believed that we were the only descendants of the citizens of the Empire, but your friend Amren has told us that there is another human nation that shares our lineage, those who live in the northern reaches. Amren has often visited us, and he has taught me much of the history of this land. He has told me of the confusion that followed the Great Cataclysm, how nearly all the humans in Arana were killed by the energies released when the shield broke, and how the few survivors fled east and founded this city. Ours is a proud legacy, for we are descended from those who fought in the Defenders' armies. The half-giants are a mysterious race. They are fierce in war, but gentle otherwise. They can laugh and carouse with the loudest men, yet they are normally melancholy. Every few years one will appear, striding out of the desert, refusing to say from whence he has come. He will stay for maybe 5 or 10 years, make few acquaintances, then leave as abruptly as he arrived. We are always glad to see them, for they are hard and steady workers, and make no trouble unless they are goaded into anger. We are always sorry to see them go. Calrathia was built in my great-grandfather's time by settlers who came east after the great cataclysm. We have lived here in peace from that time until the day the Morden came. No enemy has ever breached our walls, but we were not prepared to fight an assault from within them. Our rulers are descended from Calrath, the soldier who led us away from the ravages of the cataclysm. He was a brave man, though in his later years he went mad, claiming that he was Azunai in disguise. Many believed him. Even now, some think the defenders survived the cataclysm and led us into the desert. Ignorance is everywhere.
State your business quickly now. His lordship does not appreciate gawkers crowding his audience chamber. State your business. State your...
Greetings.
State your business, stranger.
I'm the leader here. I'm sure you have seen stranger things in your day. Please, tell me how I can help you.
What? I have never heard of such a thing. There is nothing like that here. It is not here. Please leave us.
We heard how the resistance forces fared at Snowbrook Haven. The Morden entered our town soon after. Many of our people have lost hope. Valdis is seizing control, and there is nothing we can do to stop him. Strange figures climb the slopes of Zeramoth's horns, and the night sky is filled with terrors. Valdis has reawakened the ancient powers in that mountain.
If we fought back, we would surely die. We are making the best of a bad situation. The Morden have seen fit to keep us alive, and I wish to keep it that way. Leave now if you know what's good for you.
Wait, there is something I must ask you.
My lord, let this stranger leave.
We need the help of one who has strength and courage. Can you assist us? The Morden have seized our water supply.
Sire, I beseech you, no more.
They now control the source of our aqueduct. Morden Ganth Beast stands guard. We sent our best men there to slay the creature and restore our water supply, but they died in the attempt. Now we are too weak from thirst to form a proper assault. The Morden mean for us to die, I fear.
With all due respect, if they meant to kill us, they would have done so long ago. They merely want order and control. They will restore our water soon enough, once we have proven our allegiance to Valdis.
You put much faith in them. I do not share your faith, Kainos. Friend, will you help? Excellent. Kainos, send the order to open the aqueduct gate.
As you wish, my lord.
It is a brave and compassionate thing you are doing. You have my gratitude. Leave through the northern gate and follow the aqueduct through the desert to the water chapel. The cistern holding our water supply lies in the chapel's inner courtyard. If you can reach the valve and open it, our water should be restored, and we will be indebted to you.
I hate these Morden, and I hate the people spying for them, like the man that put me in that fortress cage.
Our water supply can be returned to us if you are able to defeat the Gant that guards it. Please help us. Leave through the northern gate and follow the aqueduct through the desert to the water.
Good luck defeating the Ganth, noble one. Oh, by the way, what would you like your tombstone to say? Leave through the northern gate and follow the aqueduct through the desert to the water chapel. The cistern holding our water supply lies in the chapel's inner courtyard. If you can reach the valve and open it, our water should be restored. If you want my advice, you should stop behaving the fool and turn away. That Ganth will make short work of your good intentions. Of that I am certain. Good luck,
Modern rule does wonders for this vile town. Get on with your modern.
Why did we give up so easily? There wasn't even a fight. Those Morden just walked in and took over. I need a drink of water. I never thought I would feel like fighting back against these oppressors if I weren't so weak from thirst. I would feel like if we're not allowed to leave the town soon, we'll run out of food as well as water. If we're not allowed to leave the town soon, can't talk now. Morden.
By the mace of Agaris, you look like you've still got some fight in you. What? Oh, that's just an expression we use up here. Doesn't mean anything as far as I'm concerned. Just a half-giant legend. He was supposed to have been the biggest half-giant there ever was, and his mace could level fortresses. That is all I know. If you wish to learn more, I know of an explorer in Amanlu who is studying the legend. Her name is Tyes, if I recall. If she's not at her home, she's usually studying at the tavern. If you find yourself in that neck of the woods, look her up, and hail that old dog Drudwin for me. Good to see you again, friend. Have you found Tyes yet? Tyes lives in Amanlu for most of the year. If she's not at her home, she's probably studying at the Amanlu Tavern.
Be gone, maggot. You look at me again like...
For hundreds of years, my family's ancestors have lived in the ancient city of Calrathia. Until my wife, my children, my lineage were all exterminated in a matter of minutes by the blade of a Morden raider. A horror I was forced to watch before I, too, fell beneath his cold steel. My soul will not rest until the Morden are punished for their crimes against my family. Thank you, kind traveler. I sense a conviction in your words that tells me you will succeed where others have failed. This gives me peace.
Morden rule does wonders for this
I am Prospector Gareth. I comb the desert for ancient relics. They fetch a hefty sum if they are in good condition. I'm not having any luck, though. Those Morden are everywhere, and I'd sooner avoid them. It's a lot tougher than it used to be. Seems I have to search for longer to find anything of value, and I've had way too many close calls with those Morden. I've only found a few sellable items, and I'm running low on supplies. Worse, my canteen has sprung a leak. But if I return to Calrathia now, I'll never make a profit. I'd do near anything to replenish my stores. That, my friend, is a battered old Agalan relic. Found it in the ruins, half buried in sand. It doesn't look like much, but you never know. These things have special meaning to some, especially half-giants. Strange, that. Prospecting is rather thirsty work, and I'm running low on supplies. If you could bring me refreshment, I could keep going and find even greater treasures. I'll even give you this priceless Agalan relic in exchange. I'm still looking forward to replenishing my stores. I need to spend more and more time out in the desert, so something that will sustain me would be much appreciated. That, my friend, is a battered old Agalan relic. Found it in the ruins, half buried in sand. It doesn't look like much, but you never know. These things have special meaning to some, especially half-giants. Strange, that. Prospecting is... I'm still looking forward...
I find the town's actions troubling. This war will not be won on these battlefields. We must simply play our part. We are warriors born to fight. So, we fight!
have any spare water with you, friend? Oh, pucks and a
Back so soon?
Would you have any spare...
Make up your mind.
Would you have any...
What's this? I'll have to report this to the chief immediately!
Now then, I should have no trouble capturing a mithril horn, but even I cannot complete the task if 100 Dervlos and Mordengrawl mages come crashing down on me, so keep them off me at all costs, and try to stay out of my way. I thank you for your assistance. I can see now that magic is my true calling. I shall return to my studies, and one day, I want a rematch. In the meantime, I will send this beast directly to the pet shop in Amanlu. Hopefully someone there can tame him and make him useful.
I'm still looking forward to replenishing my stores. That, my friend, is a better prospecting is...
Don't talk to me. I'm busy. This town is ours. You look at me again like be gone, man.
Looking for a pet?
Restoring the town's water has reinvigorated its spirit. We have seen that there is hope in fighting against the Morden occupation.
You have done what many could not. You've restored the water. We owe you a great debt.
You've signed our death warrants. The Morden will never stand for this.
And perhaps we were fools to stand for them and their murdering savage ways. When the Morden first arrived, we had no hope. We had heard news of Valdus reawakening the dark things at Zeramoth's horns. We had heard of towns like ours falling to the Morden in flames. And so we trembled and bowed before them. But we do not need to be so cowardly. This stranger has shown us that it is possible to defy the Morden, and defy them we must, or die trying.
It is good to hear life in your voice again, Taruth. I think the time has come to stand up against this tyranny. I see it in their eyes now. The people are ready to fight. You have the heart of a lion. Allow us to borrow your courage. If you are willing to go to the Morden and distract them, we shall have the time we need to rebuild our forces. If we succeed, we may be able to help you find the Aegis.
My lord speaks too freely.
There was a time when speaking freely was a right we held proudly.
Kynos, I share your concern, but we cannot ask our people to submit any longer. They are no longer willing. They deserve a better fate. when they can carve themselves.
My lord, do not be hasty. Valdis is a sensible man. I am sure he will deem it wise to treat his subjects well. Remember, these are times of war.
You are asleep, Kainas. Wake up. Valdis has caused this war.
To Ruth, keep a respectful tone for my advisor, if you will. In any case, it is decided. Will you help us one last time? Travel through the eastern gate to the Morden city of Darthrul, and speak to the chief there. He will be suspicious, but your presence will surely distract him long enough for us to gather our forces. You will have some time.
Do not make things worse for us, stranger. Step lightly and watch what you say.
I look forward to our next meeting. Kainos, have our men open the main gate.
Yes, my lord. I hope you will not ruin things for all of us.
Bah! We are with you. Go to the Morden city of Darthrul and distract them. Talk to the chief. Pretend we wish to express our loyalty to him and Lord Valdis. The rest is up to us. Leave through the eastern gate and travel along the old Imperial Road through the desert. There you will pass through the ruins of Okheim, which make up the outskirts of Darthrul.
Go to the Morden city of Darthrul and distract them. Talk to the chief. Pretend we wish to express our loyalty to him and Lord Valdis. The rest is up to us. Leave through the eastern gate and travel along the old Imperial Road through the desert. There you will pass through the ruins of Okheim, which make up the outskirts of Darthrul.
Hear me. Do not stir up trouble with our Morden masters. They will exact a terrible revenge if you do.
I hope you will soon have luck in solving surrender. Leave through the north gate.
I understand you had... I understand you...
The water is back. Thank all the gods you can think of. But those blasted Murdens think they own this town. Forgive me for running off at the mouth, friend. Are you here to meet someone? Or perhaps increase the size?
Very sorry.
I understand.
I can't...
I understand. I understand you. The water is... I understand you.
Need another sword?
The water is... I understand you. The water is... I understand you. The water is...
Do you seek my...
The water is... The water...
Very sorry, but the...
I understand. The water... the water is... the water is...
Crawling.
the water is...
I understand.
The water is...
I see you did...
Don't talk to me.
Hello. Have you...
Hello. Are you here to buy weapons? You're welcome to anything the Morden haven't confiscated.
Thank you for your help in capturing the, what is it called? Mithril horn, yes. Its powers and defensive skills will certainly make it a highly valued pet. I cannot think of any other creature that can withstand the amount of damage the mithril horn can and still come out on top. The superior... The superior mithril horn is our latest addition, and I would highly recommend one. Not only are they incredibly loyal, but they're amazingly strong as well. The superior mithril horn is our...
Watch your back around.
This is... Ah, I see you design... This is all a... This is all... Ah, I see.
So many things to uncover. The study of the ancients is a full-time occupation, to say the least. I'm busy right now, but if you want to learn about historical subjects, go talk to historian Bedelia. She'll be able to help you better than I. Perciba? My goodness, it's been a long time since I heard from her. How is she faring? Oh, she did she? Did she also tell you how tracing the history of that thing has caused me more trouble than any other task of exploration I've taken on yet? That is a pet project of mine. Agaris is a legendary figure in half-giant lore. He was much larger than a normal half-giant and lived much longer. It was suggested that he was closer to an older race from which the half-giants sprung, but no one can know that for certain. So much about the half-giants is shrouded in mystery. Yes, his mace. With that mace, Agaris was able to level fortresses and stone battlements. In my travels, I have gathered fragments of a stone tablet that is rumored to identify the final resting place of the mace. A small fragment remains to be found in order to complete it. If I can get that, I should be able to decipher the tablet and identify the mace's whereabouts. That is just the thing. My studies led me to an area in the northern reaches where I found most of the fragments. But the final fragment was locked away in an area it was just too dangerous for me to enter. Do you think you have what it takes to get it? All right, I will make a deal with you. My interest is purely academic. If you find the final fragment, bring it to me, and with it I can decipher from the completed tablet the mace's location for you. Does this sound fair? Here then, you'll need this. It is a stone key that unlocks the tomb you must enter to find the fragment. Beyond that, I know nothing. Just beware, the area I refer to is rife with undead. When selling something, my friend, you lead with the good, not the bad. No luck with the tablet fragment yet? All I know is that it must be somewhere in the northern reaches where I found the others. There are many undead in the area. I hope you are successful.
my metallurg.
Oh my, you have certainly been successful in locating books from the Lore of Arana collection.
Have you had any luck finding the dwarven mithril ring? Or you may
Hello. Have you located my Yes.
I'm not sure how much longer.
Greetings, traveler. Did you...
I understand you... The water is... I understand you have... I understand you...
Do you seek my...
The water is... I understand you... I understand... The water is... I understand you...
With our water supply back, I'm feeling much better. Now I wouldn't mind teaching those Morden a thing or two. I wonder if anyone's organizing anything. Can't talk now.
Good to see you again, friend. Have you found Ty-S yet? Oh, did she have anything interesting to say about the mace? Well, best of luck to you then. Be sure to come show me if you do find it. It is not every day a legendary artifact is discovered.
Have you had any luck imbuing the Soul Staff? Wonderful. Take the Soul Staff to the Calrathian Nexus and use it to destroy the seal. To get to the Nexus, go out the East Gate and follow the road through the desert. You will come to a place where the road is washed out, and there is a stone tower across the gully. There is a small path to the north. Follow that to enter the Nexus Caverns. Have you had any luck imbuing the Soul Staff yet? To get to the Nexus, go out the east gate and follow the road through the desert. You will come to a place where the road is washed out, and there is a stone tower across the gully. There is a...
I understand.
Ah, I see you.
I will never rest until I punish the man who put me in that fortress cage.
Don't talk to me.
Those Morden may have bought a drink now and then, but they're driving away most of my business.
Have you had any luck finding that spy you were searching for? I hear he's hiding out in a cavern. In the desert, east of town.